and Transport County Transport. And I'd also like to do a special thanks for Brett and Karen Anderson and the team at APCO Wangaratta, because their support on a weekly basis is just phenomenal, and their generosity, not only to us but the community, is unbelievable. Also, thanks to Shane Montgomery, and I'm sure he's here somewhere, who kindly donated the pork tonight. So I'm pretty keen to have dinner, so thanks, Shane. So I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of our current board members. So Choco, Rob Doolin, Alicia Tua, Tamara Majanovic, Lee Simons and Felicity Carmody. I'd also like to extend a special mention to the outgoing board members, Brendan behind the cat at the bar there, Andy and Graham Martin, who are both apologies tonight. And we wish them all the very best for whatever their weekends hold. Now I've saved the best one for last. Ken has finally decided to step down off the board this year after 17 years as a board member, and we believe that he's now the longest standing board member in the history of the club. So we wish you all the best, Ken. We hope that you'll still be around cheering on the black and the white, and we'll definitely miss you filling your chair on our board meeting nights. So then, thanks to Luke here on my side from Wangaratta and Indigo Computers. So he's live streaming tonight, so there's a few people that have not been able to attend. They'll be able to watch. So enjoy tonight, soak it up, because it's been a great week. I'm pretty exhausted. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but we'll start off the presentations to get through. We're going to start with the interleague presentations. We'll do the under 18s first, so just come up and grab your thing as I call you out. So Fraser Hollandine, Xavier Levy, Ryan Button, Braden Majanovic, Wi-Fi Tour, and Fraser Mackenzie and Joe Mackenzie, who are both apologies tonight. So the seniors was Dylan Van Berlo, Mark Anderson, Joe Richards, Daniel Sharrick, and Jamie Anderson. And we also had representation in the netball, which was Georgia Clark and Hannah Brady.
Unless we're doing the whole kick competition. Yeah.
Thanks guys, have a great night.
Thank you, Alan. I'm now going to call Cheryl Rex and Kelly Patterson up to get us underway with the under 17 netball presentation.
our side, and she's also had opportunities playing in higher grades and has been a real impact player for them. She's a ball of fun, Rosie, doesn't take anything too seriously, and she's just really developed this year, and we're very, very happy to have her again next year. And the last one for us is our Coaches Award. So the Coaches Award is different for everyone, and this year I went for someone being from the team selections at the very, very start. She really showed her maturity and her willingness to learn and her positive approach to playing netball. She took the opportunity as one of the youngest members of our team and really established herself in that side. She attended our entire pre-season. I don't think she actually missed a section of our pre-season, and she barely missed a training throughout the year. She's a real quiet achiever. There's no fuss about her. She just comes in and does what she has to do. She works so hard every training. She listens and asks questions. And so the winner of my Coaches Award this year is Stella Patterson. Olivia, do you want to jump up while we're doing a few thank yous? I just want to take the time now while we do. I know there's going to be a lot of thank yous tonight from everyone, but I'll try to make it quick. Being a part of a netball football club, there's so much that goes into all of us turning up every week. So I just want to firstly start by saying thank you to Ellen and the board for all your hard work behind the scenes to make sure that we can all come out and play the sport we love. A really big thank you as well to Lee Simons for stepping in as the netball coordinator at the start of the season. You came into the club taking on a footy role and got landed with a bunch of netball coaches having to work out some netball things, so we really appreciate your time and effort you put into that. Another big thank you to Ellen, Lee, Choco and the board for backing us and putting some support in to get babysitters for the club this year. We have a lot of parents at the club, and we can talk about being family friendly, but I think we are the only club in the league, in many leagues, that pays some young girls to come up every Tuesday, Thursday night to look after the kids so that we can train. So thank you, because that is quite progressive. To Di, Hayley and Amy for all your strapping throughout the season, getting there nice and early for their 17s and being through there for their seniors, we really appreciate it. And Robin for her help during finals. To Felicity and Jodie for all your netball work. It's a huge task getting us all out there every week, and we really appreciate all the work you do. To the other coaches for taking training, for helping out with the girls, I really appreciate all the work. A really big thank you to Nellie and the C grade group. This year we got a lot of our 17s onto the court in C grade, which was a great chance for them. But that also means that some C grade girls have to sit on the pine for them to do that, which isn't always fair. But we really appreciate that you value the development of our girls to give them that opportunity, so thank you. To Brookie Hamwood for umpiring the 17s right nearly every morning. To Kelly and Jodie for being on the bench with me throughout the season. Following what I said before, just thanks again, Cheryl and Kelly. We just have something little for both of you that from our team that we'd like you to have.
Thank you, Cheryl. Well done to our under 17 girls. And well done to our award winners. Can I now have Nellie Purchase up to do the C grade, please? Good to see John Henry cleans the courts on a Saturday morning when
C3, Brookie 2, Rochelle 4. Round 14 versus Tigers, Jessie 1, Maddie 1, Holly Humphrey 5. She's come up from the under 17s. That's a great achievement. And Ruby 5. And Holly actually played 6 quarters that game. So yeah, well done, Holly. Round 15 versus Saints. Brooke 5. Rosie 1, Phoebe 1, Jessie 5, Brooke 5. Maggie's first rate is Phoebe 2, Ruby 2, Brookie 2, Casey 6. Round 17 versus Panthers, Jessie 1, Casey 4. You alright? Round 18, last 2. Tommy Norman 4, Holly Humphrey 5, Taylor Boyle 5, Alana Grant 5. Tonight, Casey came into C grade actually halfway through the season, so she's done a great job getting to second place with only half a season of netball in C grade. It was great to play with her again. I used to play with her out at Tara, and what a fantastic achievement to come runners up. She cemented herself into our attacking end, mainly in wing attack, and worked very hard getting that ball into our shooters, so well done, Casey. And then our winner for 2022 is Brookie Henwood. So Brooke was our captain this year. Brooke has played some really consistent netball this season. When Brooke plays, she has this calmness about her that I think really fed into the rest of the team if we really needed it, which we usually did. Brooke and Ruby gelled really well this year in the circle, and Brooke pretty much took on 2 roles as a second shooter and a third feeder into Ruby. She did both very well, and as a result, in the second half of the season, we were quite competitive with some of the top sides, so she was really directive for Ruby in the circle. And even when put into other positions that she wasn't used to playing, she adjusted really well and worked really hard. So well done, Brooke. Great season, quite achiever. Good job. Thank you. Thanks, Mel.
Thanks, Nellie, for coaching throughout the year. Thank you, Olivia Tizzo, as well, and being our first aid officer. Thank you to the senior coaches as well for taking training. Thanks to the club, and a big thanks to Felicity, I think, this year as well, stepping into that role and supporting the netballers at every chance she got. Thank you.
Next is our players player. As Cheryl said earlier, it's who the players pick as the best for this season. So this girl really found her groove this year, particularly in the second half of the season. She trained hard, played hard, and made the opposition work even harder. Although doubting her own skill at times, we all saw her as the determined, relentless defender that she was. And in our tougher games, she really stepped up and made a big impact on our ability to come close to some of the teams higher up than us on the ladder. As well as that, she's an amazing person who made everything fun. I certainly spent most warm-ups in fits of laughter, being paired up with her. It's a pleasure to coach her, and you so deserve this. Well done, Phoebe.
Go Phoebe! Go Phoebe!
Go, please. Well done. Good job. Okay, Coaches Award. This award goes to a girl that I really think stepped up this season and really wanted to give herself every opportunity to improve in her netball and be a valuable part of our C grade team. She was always asking for help and guidance on improving skills and worked hard at trainings to make those changes. I've seen real growth in her this year with her netball and her confidence, and I feel really lucky to be a part of her netball as a coach and teammate. Congratulations, Garra.
Brookie, you can come up here for that while I'm just doing my thank you. Just a few people that helped me out through the season. So, Liv Tizzo was my assistant coach. I've got something for you, Liv, if you want to come up. She really didn't want to come up here tonight. So, and Jodie Pellegrino, who is Jared's mum, she couldn't be here tonight. So I've got something for her too, Jared, here. If you want to take that, then. So Jodie, yeah, she was the team manager and the support person this year at C grade. Here you go, Liv. Thank you. So other helpers that I had help me on the bench this year was Hannah Grady and Lou Byrne helped me for a game or so as well. So thank you to those two people. Taylor Madden, who's not here tonight, she had a baby a few weeks back. Little boy Joe, so congratulations to her. And she was her this year. To all my babysitters, Billy, particularly Tracy, Jess, Henry, and Lisa, thank you. And all my C grade girls, thanks for a good season.
I've just got a few thank yous too. Thank you, Nellie, for coaching throughout the year. All your hard work and dedication to the team was very well thanked, so that's one for you. Livia Tizzo, you can come up now. Thank you to Lou for being assistant coach throughout the year and chipping in where she needed to. These two ladies have children to look after as well, so it's very much appreciated that you can manage to coach us and look after children at the same time. And also massive thanks to Jodie Pellegrino for being our team manager. Thank you, Jodie.
Thanks Nellie. We're about to have a break for dinner, everyone, so is there a Russell, is there some sort of order for lining up, or are we... Every man, woman and child can sign or are we into that? We'll have some sort of order. Obviously he's kicking in here, I can't have this. We'll start at the front and we'll work our way to the back, and then after dinner, we have a special treat for you, those who have been following the local meeting.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Wangaratta's resurgence into the finals. Brendan's greatest football achievement came in the 2007 and 2008 seasons, where, as a no-frills, tight-checking back pocket player, he was part of the all-conquering back-to-back premierships. As a player, teammates knew exactly what to expect from Brendan, week in and week out. He could be relied upon to get the opponents or to get the job done, and in the process, he covered the opponents of people like Nick Trentfield when they continually ran down the field and left their opponents free. After his playing days, Cairns showed he's the ultimate club man, where no job is too small. Cairnsy came to the club's The job that Cairnsy did in rebuilding a winning culture cannot be underestimated. He played the youth, which a lot of our 2017 and 2022 senior players were a part of. Cairnsy built the foundations for the 2017 flag. Since passing the coaching baton on to Stoney, senior runner as well. However, he does do his best work as a senior runner in the first half. Brendan is a very worthy recipient of life membership at the Wangaratta Magpies Football and Netball Club by displaying key attributes of persistence, dedication and loyalty. Congratulations, Brendan Cairns.
Thank you. Oh yeah, we're moving house tomorrow, and I had like my dad come over from Bendigo and Marg, and my uncles up, and my nieces and nephews, and like, shit, we're going to move house tomorrow, pretty easy. But then when I rocked up here tonight and they were here, Lee was obviously up to something and planned something. So thank you very much. I appreciate you getting the family and the kids and Nick, because you love the footy club, don't you, Nick? Love coming down here. Don't see it down here too often. Nah, so look. You know, it's a great place to be. I think coming in '97 and, you know, played in the under-18s and were pretty shit in the seniors, and, you know, through some really good off-field stuff through Troppo and Peter Whittlesey and a few other blokes, got the club back up and running. So it was good fun. I was no good at footy. I just tried my best. You know, I was a back pocket panel beater. Just had a go. Lucky enough, you know, to play in 2 flags. So. Very, very lucky. It's a, you know, a great place to come down. I really enjoy just the mateship and the comradeship. It's a really good outlet for work for me. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I come down here, and not just on work. Like, sorry, I've had a massive fortnight just under the pump. Far out. I know. Just on the work, you know, like when I came down here and played in the under-18s, and then I actually did, Troppo gave me a job and I did an apprenticeship as a spray painter. So very, very grateful for that. And then moved to Melbourne, and Slothy, I don't know if he's here tonight, but Slothy got me a job in Melbourne when I moved down there. Andrew Roberts, who's a past player, he helped me get a job into the bank. So all my work connections, you know, to get me to where I am today from a business perspective, has all come through the footy club, and it's a really good, you know, good place to be. Just really enjoy the environment, and thanks very much. Not expected, and I'm just happy serving beers behind the bar, mate. I don't need this, so thank you very much. Sorry, not that easy. Hey. The coaching was really enjoyable. I was no good as a coach in terms of the footy stuff. I was probably okay at getting the culture right around, you know, if you want anything in life, you got to work for it. All right, you can't cheat. So I tried to instill a bit of that culture in. I mean, we had this trip down to the beach, and the airport. We went out and had brekkie. And then Juice goes, oh, my mate's got a horse running at Morfordville today. You should come along. and it was Craig Evans' horse actually, who he ended up playing here a couple of years later. But we went to Morphettville, Tidy Profit, name of the horse, and Juice and I had a bit of a wager on it, and we had a good day. Anyway, Craig Evans got us down into the, he said we were part of the owners, so we got into the winning circle. Tidy Profit got up, we're in there drinking beers, in the winner's bar for a horse that we didn't own. A couple of hours later, Juice dropped me back off at the airport, and I flew home, and I thought, well, even if Juice doesn't sign as a player, I've had a bloody good day today. So and that's it. Thanks very much.
Piper, you can go now. Have fun, Cyprian. So I'm about to call on Matt and Damien to come up to do the thirds football, but it's the first time naming of the award tonight, so I apologise for the long break, but Troppo come up and used the word inaugural, and it took me back a bit because I was surprised he knew what it meant, but then I asked him to spell it, and all was well in the world again because he had no idea, so it's terrific. So. But in all seriousness, we have the under-18 football best and fairest will now be called the Richards Family Award. So, yes, give them a round of applause. So Lenny started playing at the Wang Magpies in 1960 and played in the 1961 flag. And obviously Maureen was along for the ride, and Maureen's still along for the ride at every netball and footy game that I can think of. So. And then Robbie played 140 odd in his words, so I don't know, do you know exactly how many boots? Not quite. Jane's been a board member, and Robbie's actually coached every grade of football at the club. And a lot of the boys that Robbie coached ended up, I think quite a few of them end up in the 07-08, speaking about, you know, the way we built our club is through bringing our kids through. We had 13 thirds players playing the premiership on Sunday. And that started back in 07, and Robbie had a lot to do with that. Then Nick and Joe played in the 2017 flag, and Joe obviously played on Sunday. And obviously anyone who's watched netball in the last 4 weeks, the best Richards live, like just lit up the court over the last 4 weeks. So a magnificent award, and that'll be the best and fairest. So I'm just going to call Matt and Damien up to go through the votes, and I'll announce the winner of the Richards Award as we do that.
Should get Rob up to Hamilton.
Yeah. Righto, let's get our count under the way. Round 9, top 10. Harry Hewitt, 23 votes. Charlie Allendale, I won't read them out. You can look. Put your glasses on if you don't have them. Major slight leader at halfway. Versus Yarrawonga. Easy win that week. I'll go through these ones. So Harry McMonigal, 1 vote. Hugh Canning, 1 vote. 2 wingers, always votes. Dan Young, 2 votes. Waitai Tua, 3. Paddy Wright, 3. Joe Berry, 9. Braden Majanovic, 11. And Jaden Adamo, 15. Max votes. Round 11 versus Bulldogs. Ollie Scalzo, 5. Oh, Asher Simmons, 1 in his first game for the club. Or second game for the club, actually. Huey Canning, 1 vote. Ollie Scalzo, 5 votes. Max Bean, 6 votes. Charlie Ross, 7. Will O'Keefe, 10. And Harry McMonigal, 15. Round 12 versus Corowa. Sam Holmes, 1 vote. Waitai Tua, 6. Paddy Wright, 7. Anna Graham, 7. Huey Canning, 9. And Harry McMonigal, max votes again. Round 13 versus North Albury. Jet, who did we beat that day? North Albury. Auburn Newton, 1 vote. Dan Young, 1 vote. Will Oates, 2 votes. Miller Gilchrist, 7. Braden Majanovic, 7. Ryan Batten, 12. And Hugh Canning, 15. Versus Albury, still hadn't beaten Albury at this point. Waitai Tua, 1 vote. Max Bean, 1 vote. Huey Canning, 1 vote. Joe Berry, 2. Harry McMonigal, 2. Ryan Batten, 2. Miller Gilchrist, 11. Dan Young, 12. And Braden Majanovic, 13. Versus Myrtleford, again, I don't think we beat these guys at all this year. We had a draw and a loss, but shocking conditions up there. Joe Berry, 4 votes. Dan Young, 5. Jet Roberts, 9. A couple of ones there. Harry McMonigal, 3. Waitai Tua, 10. And Braden Majanovic, 12. 2 captains leading the way. Versus Raiders, it's a real turning point for this group. Probably at a little bit of a crossroads after I lost to Myrtleford, but we had some honest chats and the boys really kicked on from here. So Ethan Guy 1, Dan Young 1, Max Behan 1, Hugh Canning 2, Josh Tweedale 3, Will O'Keefe 6, Hunter Graham 6, Whiteye 10 and Madge 15. Round 17 versus Lavey. Ethan Guy 1, Harry McMonigal 1, Max Behan 1, Ryan Batten 2, Hugh Canning 3, Charlie Ross 6, Will O'Keefe 9, Whiteye 9 and Braden Majanovic again 12. Last round versus Yarrawonga. Ethan Guy 1, Max Behan 4, Charlie Ross 4, Braden Majanovic 4, Miller Gilchrist 5, Jet Roberts 6, Whiteye 2 6 and Will O'Keefe max votes. Final count. Ethan Guy 11 votes. Oh, we won't go through 22. Just skip them through. Have a look at your names. 27. We had, just while we're doing this, we had 44 guys come through and play for us this year, which is a fantastic effort. I think the last full season we had in 2019, I think I had 36 come through, so we got another 8 through this year. A couple of 15-year-olds again, and plenty of 16-year-olds. Nearly every week we had at least 4 or 5. So look there, we'll go top 5. Ryan Batten, Will O'Keefe on 4th. Harry McMonigal is a 16-year-old finishing 3rd is a fantastic effort. In 2nd place, on 80 points or 80 votes, is our co-captain, Whiteye Tour. Well done, Whiteye. Come up, mate.
Just a quick one about Whiteye. Like Matt said, he's our co-captain for the year. He's an outstanding kid, outstanding leader. I'm going to miss him. This is probably our fifth year together with cricket and footy. So yeah, I'll probably miss you a bit next year, mate. Yeah, well deserved. I think all the boys will agree. You know, you're an absolute pleasure to play with. You're an absolute pleasure to coach. And yeah, you're fantastic, and your family's part of the club as well. And hopefully you stick around, and you know, in a couple of years' time, you're sitting on a table with these boys, because I know you're good enough. Right. Well done, mate.
And our winner is our other co-captain, Braden Majanovic. Just while Braden's coming up, in my first year, I didn't really know what to expect as far as coaching wise, and I had a lot of help from blokes like Carl Norton and Duck Smart, but Braden and Whiteye are 2 kids that I played as 15-year-olds, and unfortunately for them at that stage, they were probably about this big and weighed about 50 kilos each. And I'm not sure you got a touch in your first game, Braden. But he's gone. He played half a game. He came on. He's won back-to-back thirds, best and fairest. He's got 2 senior games under his belt. He's now a co-captain of a premiership side. And, the work that those 2 have done over this year, as far as just driving the standard and driving a culture, has been fantastic. And it's a real credit to who they are as people, let alone footballers. And I hope that football keeps kicking on for you boys, because super talented. But even better leaders, I believe. And just quickly as well, you've got the trophy, but we've got a gift card, $100 I think it is, to Mulwala Ski Club, donated by Cal. So thank you, Callum.
Yeah, just firstly, just like to thank the whole coaching panel. You know, we've got quite an extensive coaching panel. Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad. You know, you don't have to drive me around anymore, but the fuel money's nice sometimes here and there. And yeah, to the boys, we won a flag. That's enough said, I reckon. No, I've had a great year with you boys, and yeah, it's been awesome. Ha ha ha. Premiers.
Just grab one. There's no slide. Yeah, there's no slides. There you go. Righto. In the thirds, we've got a culture award. This kid, he is the ultimate, or one of the ultimate team players that we've got. But he's also a kid that he actually genuinely gives us stuff about everyone, which is pretty rare to see in a kid at 16, 17, 18 years old. He's a kid that I've had sort of train with me over the last 3 or 4 years. I think he came in and trained a bit when he was 15. Trained definitely when he was 16. Would have got games if we didn't have the season called off. Definitely played last year. And is our vice captain this year. He's a kid that, again, he watches probably more vision than he actually does play football or train. His golf skills I saw yesterday are really, really poor. But he's a kid, as I said, he genuinely gives us stuff about everyone. And there's a moment probably, or start of finals, when we had to unfortunately have 6 or 7 kids miss out on the Thursday night before the first final, and it obviously took a toll on us. I'd done it before, so it probably wasn't as much of a toll on me as it was Lapo, and he was in a bit of all sorts of big red. But this kid gave Lapo a call at about 9 o'clock on a Thursday night after he's had to go through a few tough conversations just to make sure that Damien was all right, and that's pretty massive coming from an 18-year-old kid to a 34-year-old tough man like Damien. To have the balls to pick up the phone and just check on him says a lot about who Ryan is as a person. But as a coach, you can't really ask for much more as far as setting standards and just going about his business the way that I guess we want, well, would like everyone to. So, Ryan, come up and accept your culture award, mate.
Yeah, grab a photo, mate. Do I have to tell him what award? No. Hey? Yep. Righto, so the thirds group has a most improved award. And it can be an award that sounds a little bit corny and a little bit juniorish, but this year with such a big group and having the success that we did towards the end of the year, kids have to improve. And this guy, I had him in junior league for a year or two. He's like a big ugly duckling. He didn't know where to put his feet or his arms, and he was very raw. This year, as a bottom age kid, he's been asked to play full forward, centre half forward, ruck, and he's had to do it against some big guys. He excites me as a footballer. Excites me for the club, where he could go with his footy, and potentially beyond this ground and this club too, if he keeps at it. And I'd like to present the award to Hunter Graham. And I think for Hunter's sake, the fact that Buff said that no one's allowed to talk, he's quite relieved, because he's not much of a talker. He does it all on the field though. Well done, mate. Good job, brother.
Righto. We've got a few awards. I think we've got 8, but I think per head we had 44 eligible. So our next award is our best first year player. A kid that probably could have gone to one of 2 kids, I reckon, and they both play on the wing. If it wasn't one of them getting the best, it was definitely the other. And for them, I'll half talk about both of them, but they hardly come off the ground all year, and for 2 16-year-olds to do that, basically unchanged for a full 18 rounds plus finals, was a pretty fantastic effort. The running ability of this kid is superb. Hopefully next year he transitions into a midfielder, which I think he will. He won't go to Rovers, White Eye. But he nearly went there after a few PlayStation games with Tallarico. But changed his mind pretty quickly. But yeah, no, this kid's fantastic. His effort at training just reflects how he plays on game day. For his size, he's willing to put his head anywhere and go and win that hard ball. And as I said, his running ability was far superior than any of the wingers he ever played on. Played on a lot of kids 2 years older than him and ended up getting, I reckon he told me he got tagged a few times, which I'm not sure is true. But come up and accept this award, Harry McMonigal.
Here we go. Yeah, you want to grab that photo? Up behind the Coaches Award this year goes to an 18-year-old fella. If you're in the rooms after the grand final, I got a chance to say a couple of things about him. He's an absolute dream to coach. He'll do any job that's given. And on the weekend, he had to play on Korowa's best player. Not only did he just play on him, I feel that he broke even. Regardless what the Ovens and Murray thinks, mate, I still think you're his equal on the weekend. And if you didn't sacrifice your game for us, we probably wouldn't be standing here with medals on, mate. And above that, each week at training, you set the standard with your fitness, your preparation. You're an absolute dream to coach, mate. And I want to present you with a trophy and this thing here that we got you. Good on you, mate. Ollie Scalzo. Good, mate. Yeah. Chuck it there for him, boys.
Hold on to that, would you? Do the next one, because I'll do the first one. Great win. Probably the best award of the night.
Yeah, I was blind. I bought it 3 months in advance, knowing that he would win the Coaches Award. Another award here. I'll just get Dooley to come up, say a couple of words, mate. It's the Garrett Boak Most Courageous Award.
So this award is obviously named after Garrett Boak. Stoney has helped me write a little bit about him. So Garrett Seamus West Boak was born on the 17th of the 2nd, 98 and was tragically killed in a motor vehicle on the 13th of the 4th, 2017. He's a thirds premiership player with us in 2015. He played half-back and on the wing. He had speed, was a great runner and ferocious attack at the football and on the opposition player. Played in the same team as myself, Brad Melville, Nick Richards, Zach Goodison, Connor Stone and many other Wang boys that have gone to represent the club at senior level. I was lucky enough to play with Garrett in thirds and share a premiership with him. Most of us would have heard the saying, train like you play, and it would go in one ear and out the other. This was not the case for Garrett. His attention to detail and effort he'd give at training was second to none. It got to the point where the leaders had to tell him to back off a bit, sorry, which is unheard of at training because he's in that grand final. He had a job to do on one of their best players, and to his credit, he went out and absolutely tore him to pieces. And then, as Garrett would, he'd have a little bit of a spell where he'd sort of lose a little bit and almost cost us the granny that year, but he pulled himself in and was unreal. So that's what this award is about. So back to you, Lapo.
Thanks, Dooley. So with this award being the most courageous, I guess courage comes in all sorts of forms. It can be, guys backing back into packs. It can be playing through injuries, all that sorts of stuff. And there's different characteristics that make up courage. And I guess this kid, he's a special kid. He holds a place in my heart forever. He come to me, no, he rang me, I think, or texted me 3 months ago. He said, just want to let you know, when we make finals, I can't actually be there for the the prelim final. So what I'm going to do is we'll make sure we finish second or third, get a double chance. We'll beat Albury, and we'll go straight into grand final, and everything will be sweet. I'll miss a couple of training runs, but I'll make sure when I'm away, I'll do some running. So, you know, he might be a bit of a clairvoyant. I'm not real sure. I'd like to get the TAS Lotto numbers off him before the night's over as well for tomorrow. But talk about courage. He gets knocked around every week. There's contests where he's 3-on-1, 4-on-1. Somehow he wins the ball. He gets pushed around pillar to post every week. He's a little bit smaller. He's a little bit younger. But it doesn't worry him. There's a night here at training. He could barely walk, let alone run. I've had to tell him to stop training, and he's like this. So mate, like we're going into finals, you can't train, you're sore. And he goes, oh, what do I do? I said, oh, just go inside, ice it up, go and see one of the trainers, you'll be right. We'll see you on Thursday. He goes, yep, righto. And he just took off. He just ran to the rooms. 100 mile an hour, like I just asked him to do a 200. So like I said, courage does come in different forms. And I guarantee you there's not a more courageous person in this room here tonight than Hugh Canning. Well, mate. Go on, run.
Right, our last one is to a kid that's already had an award, so I won't have to say too much. But best in finals, again, it's probably pretty stiff for a few of our boys to miss out on this because there were some serious contributors, especially in those first two finals. But then that last quarter on the weekend where we asked for 22 contributors all year and we finally got it. But this kid really stood up, and if he doesn't take a couple of really clutch contested marks in the final quarter, we definitely don't get over the line. So Ryan Batten, well done, mate.
You read them out, I'll hand them. Caleb, I've got them on my hand. Because Josh Tweedo was on our list, wasn't he? Josh Tweedo was on our list. Who am I missing? Pretty sure he was.
Do you get Robbie to come up? Right?
Yeah.
Get Robbie to just come up with Yep.
As you all know, we got the job done on the weekend, and as we've been talking about all year, it's a group effort, and we've been preaching team play, and I just want to call up a few boys to come and receive a medal that are part of our group. These boys missed out, but don't underestimate the importance of the role you played this year, and whether it be pushing the guys along for their spot or playing majority of the year and helping us get to where we got to. So I hope you really enjoy receiving your medal and cherish it like the rest of the boys. So I'll just read them out. Caleb Bell, Harry Bell, Miller Gilchrist, Josh Stiles, J.L. Otto, Dill Brown, and if I'm missing one, I'm not real sure. Yeah, a couple away. Will Johnson. Yeah. Anyway, well done, boys. Well done, mate. Well done, mate. What else was there?
Thank yous.
Yeah.
You do the final ones.
Yeah.
You do them. Right, I'll just have a couple of words quickly. And Lapo will just do a few thank yous. We won't get anyone up for your presence and that, but I guess I just want to express my thanks to the group of coaches that I've had around me over the last sort of 4 years, but definitely this year, and the guys that I've had around me as well. It's obviously been a really difficult year for me personally, but I couldn't have asked for a more considerate and caring bunch of kids around me either. A lot of these boys will either send messages to me or see me on the weekend and give me a hug or just have a chat with me. And I just think it's a real credit to, I guess, your families, but also you as young men as well. And I just want to say thank you from the top of my heart. It's been fantastic, and it's really driven me to actually drive home each Friday night. And as tough as that's been, it's been great to have these guys and see them at 9:15 every Saturday morning. It's 7:30 on Sunday, but these guys are the ones that really drove me to come home and really looked after me, I guess, when I had a really tough time as well. So thank you, boys, and thank you to their families as well, because these boys would be half the kids they were if they weren't for their families as well. So thank you.
So as mentioned before by Madge, we've got a lot of assistant coaches, Trev, Duck, Carl, Mick Pellegrino. Want to thank you for all your efforts throughout the year. Couldn't do it without you. To Callie Canning, team manager, probably the only person in the room more organised than Hugh. Thank you very much. Di, Haley, Poppy, Tim, Darren Bell, who umpired Central. That's not an easy job. He put his hand up and took it on. So thanks, Darren. The boundary runners, Borshi, Wayne, and Steve. I'm still don't even know really who Steve is, but he'd turn up each week and he did it, and he was fantastic at it. And to Fraser McKenzie and Harry Edwards doing the water each week, thank you very much. I think that's about it. I've bored you enough, so thank you very much.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Lapo and Matt have both said, yeah, couldn't have had the year we had without everyone's help and all the volunteers that take their own time to help us out.
Holmes, John and Paula Henry, Taylor Madden, Phoebe Gibson, Brooke Henwood, Lily Cairns and Eloise Sheridan. So they're our football volunteers. Clubs don't run without volunteers, as we all know, so thank you to all those guys. And our trainers, Di, Hayley, Poppy, Emmy, Tim and Robin, thank you all very much as well. So well done to you guys. I have 3 awards to present now. The first one is the Club Person of the Year. And the Club Person of the Year couldn't be with us tonight. Hopefully he's watching online. But Tony Goodison's been an integral part of the Wang Football Netball Club for many years. After stepping off the board, Tony continued his volunteer work. This year, Tony's worked tirelessly alongside John Henry to secure a $700,000 grant for the change room redevelopment, negotiating with architects and council to get the best possible outcome for the club. Tony's also continued his work with band-in sponsorship and networking with sponsors, had a very successful high-tech draw and has worked in the River Bar and assisted on game day. So just a big thank you to Tony Goodison, who's obviously not here, but Club Person of the Year. So I hope you're watching somewhere, Tony, on holidays. Next award's the Outstanding Service Award. This one goes to Graham Foley. Is Graham here tonight? Where are you, Graham? He's not behind the bar, so I didn't... Oh, here we go. Come up, Graham. Wait there while I say a few words. Graham's been involved with the Wang Football Netball Club for many years and regularly sits in the club rooms on game day and helps Ken, updating the live scores and turning the microphone off. Graham, doesn't he, Ken? Graham also assists on a weekly basis with bingo, setting up and cleaning up the club rooms, accepting deliveries and ensuring all the laundry gets done. So all those jobs that someone has to do that there's no limelight involved with it, just do it because he's a good person and wants the club to do well. So Graham's done everything at the club, including the bar and game day duties. So thanks, Graham, the Outstanding Service Award. Wins raffles, did you say, Russell? Oh, rigs. Well, if you only put half the tickets in, you're a big chance to win. Anyway, and the final of the awards that I have to present is a certificate of appreciation to a family who does an enormous amount of work around the club. So if I could call on Damien, Fiona, Keely and Eloise Sheridan to the front, please. So the family have been major contributors. Do you want the flowers or the plaque, Damien? Major contributors over many years. So Damien's MC, Deb's been a dignitary with Fiona and still assisted in the football operations and finding volunteers for gates and bars. And Fiona also has assisted with the Deb balls, helped on the nights to ensure the smooth running of those Debs. Thursday meals and events where needed. Keely and Eloise have helped at Deb training, cleaning up on the Deb nights, picking up glasses and apparently hit the dance floor where they're supposed to be working, but we'll forget about that for tonight. And Eloise was an integral part of the babysitting program in its first year, which some of the netballers have spoken about tonight. So a big thank you for your contribution to the Sheridan family. And Damien, did you want to maybe say something?
Yep. Thanks, Buff. On Sunday night, I asked people just to, I guess, reflect on the families that might have been affected by someone not here. At the moment, I apologise, Matthew, and Josh, that nobody would have been prouder on Sunday night than Jackie Hedden. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Damien. We're going to move on to the B grade netball. Yes, Russell? We're going to move on to the B grade netball. So if Tracy would like to come forward and do the votes, please. Oh, okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just, and then Trace will do.
Righto.
Do we have it?
Okay.
Where is it?
That's a really good point.
Okay. Just before we get started with the B grade best and fairest, I'm not that rude, Zach. We also have an inaugural award, and I can spell inaugural Troppo, but You don't have to, that's okay. So the award for this year is a Netball Culture Award. Similar to the thirds, it's about the culture, but we've put it across for our entire netball. So this award was voted on by the coaching group, and the award goes to someone who we feel upholds the club values, contributes to the club outside of their playing duties, and is a good role model. So this person was unanimously voted on by the coaches, and we all agreed. She goes above and beyond her duties, always stepping in to help others, cover duties and volunteer where required. She has supported all teams throughout the whole year and is our #1 supporter. She's been on the social committee. She leads by example with her positive attitude and respect to others always. And she also committed to umpiring our under-17s the whole year. And so we are pleased to announce our first 2022 inaugural Netball Culture Award to Brooke Henwood. Congratulations. Thanks, Dale. Okay. Hope you can see the board.
What's that?
So you just do the runner-up first, then
Then the best.
then whichever order you want to do those two ends up to you.
Okay, yep. Do you just start scrolling first, or? Okay. So we'll start off at round 9. Ella Henry, 1. Tommy Norman, 1. Rochelle Petts, 2. Maddie Clark, 6. Miranda Gray, 7. Zara Berry, 7. Olivia Tizzo, 10. Tessa Clayton, 12. Amy Byrne, 13. Ebony Norris, 13. Taylor Boyle, 17. Jessica Henry, 19. Round 10, Grace, 2. Jessica, 2. Tessa, 2. And Ebony, 6. Round 11, we played the Bulldogs. Taylor, 1. Grace, 2. Zara, 3. Jessica, 3. And Tessa, 3. Round 12, Grace, 1. Liv, 3. Jess, 4. And Tessa, 4. Round 13, Miranda, 1. Liv, 2. Tommy, 4. And Tessa, 5. Round 14, Liv, 1. Jess, 2. Ebony, 6. And Tessa, 3. Round 15, Ruby, 2. Jess, 2. Ebony, 4. And Tessa, 4. Round 16, Eb, 2. Miranda, 4. And Tessa, 6. Round 17, Rose, 1. Tessa, 3. Ebony, 4. And Zara, 4. And our round 18, Ebony, 1. Taylor, 2. Miranda, 2. Grace, 3. Alana, 3. And Tessa, 3. And our final count for the season, Ella, 1. Rose, 1. Alana, 1. Shell, 2. Ruby, 2. Tommy, 5. Maddie, 6. Grace, 8. Amy, 13. Miranda, 14. Zara, 15. Liv, 16. Taylor, 20. Jess, 32. And our runner-up for 2022 is Ebony Norris. So this is my first year coaching at the Maggies, and so quite new to knowing some of the players. When I first met Eb, she was quite quiet, and I don't know, everyone might know her a bit different. But she had a little bit more to say, and my aim for her this year was to find her voice and work really hard with her other defenders. And Eb, I really think that you achieved that this year, so congratulations. And our winner is Tessa Clayton. So when I selected my squad this season, I pegged Tess for my wing defence, and she ended up moving into my centre position. And I don't think there was many games where you didn't run 4 quarters. Tess has a real knack of turning from attack to defence, and I could guarantee if I needed someone to be harassed, Tessa was the girl to do it. And just brought out those pivotal moments when we needed a turnover. You just amaze me. You know, find that extra, 10% every time. So thanks, Tessa, and congratulations. Oh, that's you.
I didn't really expect to be up here tonight, so there's nothing prepared into my mind, but I just want to thank the club. You do an amazing job and supporting us girls, and A grade, you're an inspiration. And to every single girl I played with this year, I love you so much no matter what, and thank you. I'm gonna leave now.
Okay, so my next award is my Coach's Award, and I really struggled to work out who to choose for this award because I guess we had a lot, like from that list of players that were on the screen tonight, we had a bit of a turnover in B grade. Many players came in and played one game, came up from 17s, C grade, moved between B and A, so lots of eligible players to choose from. But my choice for this season was a player who is new to the club also, and I just settled in the wing defence position for me, and just brought a real, lightness to the side. And when I needed someone to find their voice, I had a very quiet B grade side. Miranda, you were the one that supported the girls consistently. At the end of our season, we had Miranda stand in a couple of times for captain, and one of her biggest ones, because we decided, we weren't going to be successful for finals, but we decided to have fun, and our biggest thing was to smile, and Miranda was the one that boosted the girls to do that. So thanks, Miranda. Thank you. Oh, do you want to just wait? Yeah, I'll do the last one. Thanks, Miranda. As Shell said earlier on, that after every game there was, each player got to vote on who they thought was the player. And I'm not surprised that this player got selected. More not just for her game commitment, but her ability to support the club training and just give her 100%. Most often not bruised and battered or skin removed after most games. So I'd want to invite Jess Henry up here as our player. Congratulations, Jess. No, you don't have to say anything. I think they might want your photo. Before I pass it on to the girls, I do have another award that's been kindly donated to us this year from 40 Wings. This was only landed on my lap last night, and I was put under the pump a little bit to make a decision. But after real consideration, we sort of weighed it up, and I thought, who is worthy of this? And the person we've chosen is she shows the club values, gives 100%, puts her hand up when someone else can't do their duty, is there for the 17s, and she's there all day, and then she packs up at A grade at the end of the day. And she's always willing to do anything, sit on the bench, to fill a spot but potentially not go on. So for me, that really shows core club values. So I want to invite Phoebe Gibson up. Well done. Really quickly, I just want to thank Maggie's. Ellen, I guess, was the one that made the phone call originally and asked me if I'd like to come and coach. And then probably a discussion with Shell got me over the line. I've felt truly welcomed to the club, and I can really see the club, growing consistently, especially the netball, and with the support of having Felicity on our side now too. So good luck in 2023, everybody, and and also thanking all my helpers. So Jill Clayton, who's not here tonight, and Taylor Madden. Taylor couldn't play because, as we know, she was pregnant, but she turned up every week and was happy to be first aider. Hannah, thank you when I wasn't available to step in and be my coach and help the girls. Thank you very much.
We just have a little gift to give Tracy from the team on behalf of Grace, our captain. So we just want to thank you, Tracy, for a year. Unfortunately, we weren't a very successful side, but we still had fun, and yes, in the end, we did try to make fun of it. So my little smiling exercise, by the way, is it's scientifically proven if you are unhappy to smile for 60 seconds and it will release endorphins. So we practiced that towards the end of the season to just boost our morale a little bit. So yeah, thanks, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy and the B grade girls. We're going to do a second life membership in just a moment, but just to the netball girls, if you could just cool it with the praise for Felicity, please. She's already won the lottery in life. She doesn't need any more praise. I'm just going to call on Justin McMahon to present our second life membership of the evening. Justin, over to you.
Thanks, Dale. It gives me great pleasure, and I thank the club for allowing me to present this next life membership. So I'll go through some key details in a minute, but first of all, I'd like you to all welcome the latest life member to the Wang Football Club, and that's Cole McCloonan. I've got just a few, a bit of a timeline here that Troppo's jotted down for me. Then I'll just wing it from there, I reckon. But I think one of the most important things is that Cole started playing here in 1995, and he was co-president in 2021. So that's like 26-year involvement in the footy club, with a few little gaps in between. But it's a really significant amount of time that Cole's been with the club. He was senior coach in 2000, 2001, played over 100 games, leading goal kicker in 1996. Reserves club best and fairest 2003. Ovens and Murray reserves best and fairest 2003. He's coached the thirds and coached the reserves as well. No, never coached you. Sorry. I thought it was, yeah. That's next time. And was president 2013 and 17, co-president 2021. And really importantly as well, he's the father of our James. So the legacy continues. Just from my point of view, I remember when Cole came to the club. Obviously so I came to Wangaratta in '94, and it was a new policeman in town, and he decided to go to the Rovers halfway through the year, and that was okay. And then played in the premiership at the Rovers, and sort of quick smart popped over to us in that pre-season, to the Magpies. So and I'll tell one little story from when we did play together. We played the Rovers after you started playing, and we beat them this day, and we were underdogs, and hadn't beaten it for a while. Yeah, he played in the Premiership with the Rovers and then hopped over to us. About halfway through the last quarter, we had them done. They were getting a bit cranky, and one of their players, who I won't name, said to Cole, "We wasted a Premiership medal on you." To which Cole, quick smart, replied, "And you haven't won one since." and they still haven't won one. So. That's probably my favourite little moments that I can remember of playing with Cole. So really significantly as well, played 100 games, and then he was coach in 2001. I think Troppo came on board about the same time. Hennes came back from Melbourne, and we started to really, the club started to build from that point in time to, really where it is now. The building blocks were put into place. We started to get our on-field. Moving forward again, the off-field stuff obviously was a really important part of that, which started to improve, and the club, certainly wouldn't be where it is now without the significant contributions of people like yourself from that time. And then obviously transcended into board level and being president of the footy club and president in 2017, which is also a really significant time in the club's history, where Stoney's premiership team were able to halt Albury's quest to go 4 in a row, which again is a really significant milestone in our club's history. We still hold that record of 4 premierships in a row. So it's a really impressive timeline, Cole. You've been here obviously for a great amount of time, and your contribution has been enormous. And as I said, it gives me a big thrill to be up here to present you with this life membership. So thanks for everything you've done for the club. Well done.
Thanks, Skillsy. It's great to be up here. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to sort of probably comment that I've coached everyone from John Henry and Ocker, who's Damien, not young Ocker, I didn't get to coach you, mate, but Damien and sort of Skillsy and some old fellas over there in Trev and Dave Thayer and Cairnsey, Matty Kelly on here in 2004, 18 years ago, to poor old Waitai and Harry and a couple of the boys here in the last couple of years, Holmesy, who had to put up with me as well for a couple of years, so I apologise to all of you for that. And look, I've learnt a lot on my way from all of you. I've loved my time at the club. I was lucky enough to be captain here, coach for a couple of years, and then be president for 5 years. And I've really appreciated, the time I've spent here. Boots, you coached me, so you must be even older than me. So really loved my time hanging around still at 38 playing in the twos. And Boots was coaching me, and Ocker was running around with me. We had a great time just playing with the kids. It was fantastic. Really proud of the girls group over there who, we invested in probably 8-9 years ago. Brought someone up to set up the program and develop them, and they've been awesome. And I've loved the success that you've had and that you continue to have, and I reckon you'll win it next year. And I've just loved the way the club's embraced young people and really created a great environment for them and cared for them on the way through. And I'm most proud of how many of you guys that I've coached are still involved in the club. Skillsy, Norts has been awesome. I'll forget people. Troppo, thanks for everything you've done. But to still see guys like Dave and Cairnsey behind the bar and Trev there sort of getting involved a bit more now after they've finished their careers. That's what it's about at the end of the day. It's the service you give to other people, and that's the important thing. And I've loved my journey involved in the club. I've learned from so many people here. You've supported my family, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Cole, and thank you, Justin. We're going to continue on with the reserves football before we have a short break, so I'm going to call Troppo Junior, Lockie up, and Genvi, are you helping or not helping? You're just going to sit there with your hand on your chin. Lachlan Canning.
Yes. Thank you, Boof.
Rick's presenting. Did you know Rick's presenting the Greg Anderson one?
thought it was Greg Anderson most improved. I thought it was most improved.
Yep. Alrighty. So votes up to round 9. Harvey Bergen, Zach Leach and Josh Nansen on 12. Brandon Majanovic on 13. Jesse Hurley on 16. Hamish Moore 19. Josh Smart 29. Joey Gray 31. James McLuhan 32. Tid Bull on 47. Lockie Bray 55. Dan Boyle 54. And that's it. All right, so round 10 against Yarra. Big Bull Braden on 1. Lockie Bray 4. Noah Trimble 4. Harry Smart 6. Marcus Batten 7. Patrick Wright 8. And Leachy 15. Round 11 versus Bulldogs. Will O'Keefe 2. Brian Cairns, no. Brendan Cairns 3. He's a man of many talents. Marcus Batten 3. Jordan Solomo 3. Jesse Hurley 3. White Tie 2 of 5. Josh Nansen 12. And Ryan Batten 14. So good to see some thirds kids getting some votes too. Round 12 against Cora. Harvey Bergen 1. Charlie Stewart 1. Slothy, the Fossil on 5. Patrick Wright 7. Paddy Warner 9. Josh Nansen 10. And White Tie 2 of 12. Round 13 versus North Albury. Joshy Smart 2, Harvey Bergen 2, Josh Tweedale 3, Luke Shepherd 6, Nathan Sampson 7, Will O'Keefe 10 and White Eye Tour 15. Round 14 versus Albury. Josh Smart 1, Josh Nansen 2, Luke Shepherd 2, Caleb White 3, Charlie Stewart 3, Nathan Sampson 3, Brendan Gams 4, Jesse Hurley 12 and Harvey Bergen 15. Round 15 against Myrtleford, greatest win of the year. Tyler Nansen 1, Fraser Holland-Dean 2, Noah Trimble 4, Harvey Bergen 4, Jesse Smith 5, Jesse Hurley 6, Brendan Gams 10 and Josh Nansen 13. Round 16. Dad done the votes for this one. Yeah, I don't know how Grossi got that many. I know they got 4 because I think I kicked more goals than him, but so Josh Nansen 4, Fraser Holland-Dean 5, James McLuhan 9, Zach Leach 9, and Matty Grossman's first ever reserves game 14. He said I was a better coach too. Round 17 against the Panthers. Alex Johnson 2, Jesse Hurley 1, Luke Shepherd 4, Nate Sampson 4, James McLuhan 5, Thomas Gorman 6, Zach Leach 9, and Fraser Holland-Dean 14. And then the last round against the Pigeons, AJ 1, Josh Nansen 2, Josh Smart 4, Fraser Holland-Dean 4, Luke Shepherd 7, Nathan Sampson 12, and Leachy 15. Hey? Have you got the best of Thursday? Hey? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, and the runner-up is Lockie Bray. Okay, so this is pretty remarkable. You know, Locke started out the year, you know, really strong, had a really great pre-season, showed some really good form in the seniors practice matches, and you know, we were hoping that, you know, come through the year he'd play a few more senior games, but unfortunately, after his strong start in the reserves, had a stress fracture in his back, and that pretty much just sort of cut his year short. But to his credit, you know, he hung around, he helped out where he could on game day. And then sort of going into the last round, we had to win that against the Pigeons. And he come up, you know, and just said, stuff it, I just want to play. I want to do everything I can to get you boys into, you know, the finals. So, you know, hopefully he gets his back right. Another really strong pre-season because, you know, obviously only playing sort of
not even half a year, I don't think, and he's runner-up in the best and fairest, so that just shows the talent the kid's got. All right, well done, mate. And the best and fairest goes to Zach Leach. Right, so obviously Leachy's been around for a while and, probably didn't have the year that he wanted to. But a massive credit to Leachy was when he did come back, he didn't crack the sads. He didn't sort of stick to himself and try to do it all himself. He really got around the young boys, and really, like, you can hear it from probably across the road at the Rovers ground, him screaming at the young fellas where to go, where to run, to run pass for a hand pass, and obviously he sticks up for everyone as well. But I think probably like the proudest moment for me and the group of boys to show what we've got is, Leachy said one of the best moments was when someone actually stood up for him. So he also appreciates it as well. But great year. Obviously played a bit of seniors as well, so he didn't play the full season with us. So Leachy gives his all when he's out there, and he's a big presence to have, and it's really great for the young boys to have that confidence when they go out on the ground. So well done, Leachy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep it short and simple. Thanks very much, boys, for the coaching year. Obviously, you did a great job. We just missed out on finals there, so a bit unfortunate there. A couple of wins and losses didn't quite go our way. But, as I said, I'd like to thank the group, though. You actually brought that bit more enjoyment for me out in again in football. It was a little bit lacking for me personally. And, it just really made my year. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the trainers as well and the entire senior group. So, and well done to the seniors again on getting that medal around your neck. Fantastic job. So cheers. Thank you.
I'll call upon my uncle actually to come up and give out the next award. We have the same physique.
Thanks a lot. This award is named after a bloke that I grew up with, played a fair bit of sport with. I come to the club in '95. Greg was already here and he was playing seniors, I think. I got a game in the seconds, surprisingly. I was a senior player. Anyway, Greg was playing seniors, but we were playing up at Myrtleford and he rocked up in his green HZ at 8:30 in the morning to pick me up. So that's the sort of bloke he was. I played tennis with him. He was sort of a guy that was honest, genuine, reliable, and Russell played tennis with him, believe it or not. He's got some relatives down the back there. He didn't get much of a football career. The circumstances that he was tragically taken away was, it was Valentine's Day and he was supposed to go out with his girlfriend for tea. There was cattle to go into the market and his dad had a few beers and wasn't able to drive, so Greg said, I'll put my hand up and take him in and I can see my girlfriend later, but unfortunately he never got home. So this is the most improved award in honour of Greg. And like the Richards family have got a trophy named after them, I think it's a testament to the just his stamp of what he was as a bloke to this club for playing such a short time that he has a plaque named after him. With the improvement side, I'm actually married to his sister, and she was telling me the other day that she remembers one time out in the shed, he asked his old man, I've got this opponent today, how am I going to play him? He was a backman, where all true footballers play. And Ray was giving him some advice, and unlike my kids, Greg listened to every word he had to say. So the three things that I said about him before, I think you improved just with those three things. So, if you want to hand the award out.
Yep. So the Greg Anderson Most Improved Award goes to Caleb White. All right, so no one probably knows Caleb, or they've probably seen him around but never heard him speak, because the only two words he says is hi and yup. He's an apprentice at work as well, so I can give him a little bit. No, but look, Caleb came straight out of junior league and straight into reserves, so a really big step for him. He is a really quiet kid, so it took a bit to sort of get out of where he played and that sort of thing. So, but from where he was at the start of the year, where I didn't really get him on the ground that much because I didn't know what he was going to do, to the second half of the year, his name was the first one I could put on the board, and because I knew he was going to get the job done. I knew he'd listen, even though I didn't know whether he was, because he wouldn't say anything back. But like for one example, against Albury, there was a little fella that was tearing us apart. Really good player. I put Caleb on him, and the kid didn't. I don't think he hardly got a touch after that. So, just his improvement throughout the year was absolutely fantastic. And we actually did get a word out of him in one of our senior meetings, and I think that was Yep, wasn't it? And Reedy couldn't believe it. He goes, "That's the first time I've ever heard him speak." So well done, Caleb, and hopefully you keep improving, mate. Coaches Award. Yep. All right. This one is the Coaches Award. Coaches Award and probably a bit of an encouragement award, because this kid's got a heap of talent, a heap of upside. And it showed this year. He got a debut game in the seniors. He's a bit of the class clown. He makes everyone laugh in the change rooms, which is absolutely fantastic. But if you watch how he goes out on the field, you probably wouldn't think that he was the comedian of the team, because he attacks the contest, with everything he's got. He's an absolute tackling machine, and he's got the skills to go with it. So, if this kid can get to training a bit more often, that's why it's a bit of an encouragement award as well. I can see him playing a heap of senior footy. He's a great kid, loves hanging around the boys. So this is Jesse Hurley. Alrighty, next award is Most Courageous. So this fella come to us probably a quarter of the way through the year. Obviously our twos this year, like many clubs, really struggled for numbers, so he thought he'd come in and try his luck and have a kick. Not going to lie, I didn't know whether he was going to play one game or two games, or whether he'd be with us the whole season. But the moment he got out on the park on his first game, he absolutely gave it his all. I threw him down in the back line, which he wasn't very happy about. But not once did he shirk a contest. Even when he hurt his shoulders and actually came back earlier than probably what he should have. But he said, doesn't matter, as soon as I cross that white line, doesn't matter if it hurts or not. And even with those shoulders, managed to back into Myrtleford's biggest leading full forward. And each time he got back up and carried on, he never whinged, never complained, and hardly ever got beaten match day. So most courageous is Noah Trimble. All right, so next award is our Culture Award. So like many of the other grades, you know, this is more about, you know, the values of the club, making sure you're at training, making sure we're doing the extras, you know, coming to all the club functions, which, you know, this guy absolutely froths on coming to the functions, loves getting on the dance floor. But most of all, I think he loves the Emu Walk the best, you know, because he can have a few beers with the boys after a game, and then he makes sure every single one of us grabs a bin and walks around, and, you know, it's just a good time to have a laugh and that sort of thing. But, you know, all that effort he does off the ground really shows on the ground as well. Playing a couple of senior games this year, and didn't look out of place either. And then with us, he had a really solid year as well. So the Culture Award goes to the great man, Harvey Bergen. I'm actually surprised Shep didn't come up and collect it with him, because those two are inseparable. Thanks, buddy. That's for you, mate. Cheers. Hang on. Hang on. We've got one more. If I can find it. All right. And then we've just got a bit of a special award by 40 Winks. I got found out last minute about this one too. Was it $400? 5. Don't worry, I'm taking it myself. $500 gift voucher, and this is you know, very similar to our you know, our Culture Award. Just someone else that really leads from the front. His pre-game speeches are absolutely terrible, but you know, that's probably not the way he leads. He leads by example, and he's a real impact player. You know, he hates getting beaten. If he can get a fingertip in there or whatever, he will. He'll absolutely bust his chops all game to do everything he can to get us over the line. And there were some really tight games this year where, you know, we asked him as a coaching group just to give that little bit more, and you know, he did that, you know, time in, time out. He's a great person to have around the club. He loves the club. He says that all the time. He's never going anywhere, he reckons. So this goes to Josh Nansen. Done, Skip. All right, just quickly, just some thanks. You know, firstly, I just want to thank my coaching group with Jenners, Slothy and Fraser Dent. Really made my job so much easier this year, especially with such a tough year that we had. You know, I just want to thank Reedy and his senior group as well. You know, I learned so much off these boys, and I'm sure, you know, all the players do as well. You know, to the trainers, keeping the boys out on the park week in, week out, you know, getting the games early and then packing up. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Just, you know, to all the board members and the volunteers and everyone that helps out around the club, to make sure, you know, that we can play footy and the girls can play netball. You know, we wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for everyone. And then really just to the group of boys that stuck around this year. There was a game, I reckon we had 7 of our, you know, our listed players playing out there against Wodonga. I even had Brendan Cairns and, you know, Geordie Soul and all those sort of fellas playing. But, you know, they probably could have just chucked a wobbly and gone out to another club, you know, just for a bit of fun, because it would be easy. But credit to the boys, they stuck around, they stuck thick, you know, and hopefully they continue that, you know, throughout their careers at the Wangaratta Football Netball Club, because, you know, really great group of blokes, and that's probably the most important thing at a footy club, is that, you know, we just have really good people around. So, and also just congratulations to the seniors and the thirds on absolutely heart-stopping premierships. Oh, geez, Ferningham nearly had a defibrillator. And to the netballers, you know, to make 3 grand finals in a row. You know, unfortunately we didn't get that third one, but, you know, to make 3 is just a real credit to you, and, you know, I'm sure you guys will be back there next year to take it back. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Lockie. We are just about, I've got one more, well, Alan's got one more presentation to make. Apparently I'm doing that. So, for those of you, if you're a bit perplexed, you don't know Rick. When Rick came up here, well-spoken, articulate, you know, seemed like a really good fellow. And then Lockie said, he's my uncle. If you're trying to work it out, yes, he is Choppo's brother, but sometimes that happens. Judd Porter is a really good bloke as well. So it happens in families. One good bloke, one not so good bloke. So on that note, Carol, can we just get you to come forward, please? So Carol was obviously in the kitchen every Thursday night. Unfortunately, she missed Lee's interviews with Lappo, but sorry about that, Carol. But Carol's here again tonight. As you all agree, beautiful meal. Just want to present you with these flowers, Carol, for all your efforts around the footy club. Thank you. We're just going to have a 5-minute break so you can go and powder your noses, etc. And we'll come back with the A-grade netball. please take your seats, and then can you put your arse in your seat so we can get on with this, please? Thanks. No, just went politely twice, Scotch, and that's twice too many for my liking. All right, Hannah and Shay, can I get you up to start the A-grade netball, please? We have the A-grade netball, a third life membership, and the senior football and some games milestones to go. Over here, ladies.
Just before we go on to the A-grade count, the netball actually added in another award for the club. So we've added in a Rising Star Award. So this is going to go to a player that's under the age of 21 and was voted by the coaches as well. So the winner of our Rising Star Award is Ruby Croucher. Ruby started at our club last year, coming in from the Ovens and King. She spent her first season moving between defence and attack. This year, she has really cemented herself as a shooter, finishing with an improved hot shot percentage and multiple opportunities played in B grade. Ruby is a highly valuable player to the overall club, and we look forward to continued improvement in season 2023. Right, and then on to our counts. The leaderboard after round 9, Jess Henry 1, Ebony Norris 1, Zara Berry 4, Rochelle 5, myself 5, Amy 6, Leah 7, Katie Dean 12, Hannah Grady 18, Georgia Clark 19, and Izzy Byrne 30. Round 10, Leah Demby 3, Katie Dean 3, Georgia 3, Izzy 3. Round 11, Leah 1, Izzy 2, Katie 2, myself 3, Georgia 4. Round 12, Georgia 2, Hannah 2, Leah 3, Izzy 5. Round 13, Shell 2, Liv Tizzo. I think that's meant to be with Richard. Sorry, Tizzo. Leah Demby 3, Georgia 4. Take it, Tizzo. It's all good. Georgia 1, Amy 1, Liv Richards 4, Izzy 6. Leah 1, Amy 3, Katie Dean 3, Hannah 5. Izzy 1, Katie 1, Amy 3, Hannah 3, Georgia 4. Amy 1, Leah 3, Katie 3, and Izzy 5. Last round, Leah 1, Georgia 2, Katie 4, and Izzy 5. Did we not do finals? No. Oh, okay. Alright, Jess 1, Ebony 1, Liv. Tizzo, you obviously got 3. Liv Richards 4, Zara 4, Charlotte 7, myself 8, Amy 14, Leah 22, Katie 28, Hannah 28, and our runner-up is Georgia. Okay, so our season with Georgia started back in early 2021 when we heard a whisper a new girl was coming to town. We quickly discovered we had connections thanks to Brookie Henwood working at Goose Juice back in the day, and got to work recruiting. During tryouts for 2022, we began a fierce battle with the Rovers, competing for the new person in town. Lucky for us, we not only have an amazing bunch of players who are friendly and welcoming, we also had a vote, thanks to Matt and Hannah, that helped seal the deal. This season, Georgia has really put her mark on the Ovens and Murray, from representing the Magpies in the Interleague, winning the 2022 Hot Shots, being selected in Team of the Year, and playing in her first ever A-grade Grand Final. We hope you have loved your first season with the Magpies and are looking forward to season 2023, when maybe you'll get to play with Amanda.
and now winning her third A-grade club best and fairest. Izzy has spent the year as the engine of our team, running between 5 and 7 Ks every game. She can be relied upon to step up in the big moments, causing and taking vital turnovers, while also remaining calm and showing patience during those critical moments. This was very evident for those watching our finals campaign. Her passion and determination are always seen on the court, but it's her work off the court that makes her such a great player. Izzy plays beat the clock each week to get to training on time and will often stay back to finish off the fitness she may have missed at the start. Along with becoming our official match review person, who would watch our live streams every week, she'd head home straight after a game, review it, and send notes through to the team. Hold on, sorry. We'd like to thank Izzy for her commitment to our team and club, but most importantly, for her open communication with both of us along the way. Again, congratulations on another great season, and we hope season 2023 comes with a flag.
Yeah, thank you to the girls. It makes coming to training and games enjoyable, that you're such a happy, bubbly bunch of girls. Also to Shay and Hannah, they took on a role that was going to be hard, and you stuck through it, and we made it to a grand final, so it's a credit to you too, so well done. Also, to our long-standing captain, Katie, who's not here, but she's a legend and we love her. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thanks,
So we have our Coaches Award, and our Coaches Award this year has gone to Amy Byrne. So Amy was previously, Amy's not here tonight, but Amy previously played at the club and has had success in 2 C-grade premierships. This year she returned to us through some COVID and injury struggles at the start of the year, and she actually ended up suiting up in round 1 for B-grade, where she played 3 games. During this, Amy was actually able to hit her first individual milestone with club, achieving her 100 club games. With some injuries, Amy very quickly joined our A-grade team, where she slotted in very nicely. Her and Georgia bonded both on and off the court to become a very dynamic shooting combination. We're very grateful to Amy for not only returning from Melbourne to play each week, but for making the effort and moving around work commitments to ensure she was able to actually attend training on Thursday nights as well. We hope she's really enjoyed being involved this season, and we definitely have enjoyed her company and hope she continues in 2023.
Okay, we have a best in finals. Sorry about that, everybody. We have a best in finals. We'll just 2 seconds. Just open up their awards. Sorry to whoever wins. And our best in finals is Izzy Byrne. Very sorry for opening. But obviously, again, the same thing as what we've just said with Izzy. Throughout the finals, she absolutely took her game to a new level. And when it came to finals time, Izzy basically said, "We are not losing." And if you watched through the finals, especially that Coral game, we were not losing. So awesome job, Izzy. Another great year, and we look forward to 2023. Okay, Hannah and I just have a few thank yous that we need to do. So firstly, to our team, without your support this year, we would not have been able to be the success it was, and also not have survived. Hannah and I obviously took on this role from Callie after after about 6 years of being our coach. So thank you to our team for accepting that we were going to be the coaches, and the support and the communication that our team had within each other really made our success and helped us really get to a grand final. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but making it to the grand final bet all expectations that Hannah and I had at the start of the year. We just wanted to make finals, that's it, but we did more than that. A special mention to Olivia Richards. Thank you for coming in to support us when we had injuries and then never leaving. Olivia, if you don't know, had to play 6 games to qualify, and we got her in right at that cut-up time. So she played the 6 games. After that first one, we basically said, Liv, you're going to come back and play every week. So we know it's been a big commitment to travel each week, but it didn't go unnoticed for sure. Thanks to Amanda. We know it hasn't been easy spending the season on the bench, but your passion for the game and our team has been an asset on the bench this year, and we can't wait to have you back on the court next season with us. The players that came through our bench, we also had a 17-year-old, 18, 17, 16 I think, come through our bench as well, which was really exciting to see. But a special mention to Jess, Ebony, Tess, who sat on our bench for those finals games, and a big special mention to Grace, who came back from her holiday early and missed her son's basketball tournament to come play in the grand final because we were down a shooter. So their support through the finals was huge. To Sandra, thanks for always putting up with Hannah. We all know Hannah can be a lot sometimes. Sandra didn't want to do the team managing job again, but Hannah and I begged her and said, we need you because you have experience in this job and would really help us out. Hannah's put we look forward to next year, but I doubt that's going to happen.
So the next few people we'd like to come up and receive a gift. So Tracy, this season you have been our person for advice. We've greatly appreciated you sitting on our bench on a weekly basis, and thank you for allowing us to constantly borrow/steal players off you. Come up, we've got Jodie. We got everything you do in the background this season. It would not go ahead for us netballers. You've gone above and beyond to ensure all is organised each week and everything runs seamlessly for us coaches, and we don't have to stress about anything. So thank you, Jodie. Katie's not here, but we'd like to thank her immensely for her support as captain. She has supported us through our role as coaches through and through, and her advice and her feedback has been valued throughout the season highly. And then the last person we'd like to thank is Felicity. A big thank you to you for saying yes. We know we dragged you into a lot more than what we thought the role might actually be. But we're grateful for everything you've done so far this season and all that you have planned for the future for the club and the netball club. Your dedication to improving the netball side of the club is an inspiration to many and an asset to us. Throughout the season, we often asked a lot, sometimes doubting that it could actually be done, but you always pulled through with the goods and often told me, I've done it. I've done it. Thank you for helping us navigate unknown waters together. We know, and you know now, that 2023 will be better and we'll be better prepared. Thanks, Felicity.
Just got another little thank you to go on from Felicity is also to Lee. At the start of the year, as Shell said, Lee became our netball go-to person and was really instrumental in getting Felicity to come and be, what's your word, GM of the netball, is that what you are, General Manager? something like that. And then Lee has been a huge support to our netball throughout the rest of the season. He would write the critic up, and in the end started to use all netball terms, but I'd like to apologise, never actually read it. But anyway, but yeah, Lee at the start of the year was a huge help for us in really setting up our netball club for a good, successful year. Obviously to our trainers, thank you. Most of our team, apart from I think me, go in and see you before a game and get strapped, get their rub downs, all of that kind of stuff. And then obviously to Di and Rob for coming during our finals. We were the only team playing on a Sunday, so it was a huge ask to come strap us up and then also support us for our game as well. So thank you very much. And then thank you to Alan as well. Alan, you've been happy to help us out in the netball wherever possible. If Felicity went to you, you would then make something happen together. So thank you very much for supporting us, especially Hannah and I being new to the position. So thank you. Shay said I didn't have to say anything, but I do. No one needs to make a big fuss, but these girls put their hands up to coach this year, and they didn't actually want to do it, but these two girls are the heart and soul of the club, and they're very passionate girls. And can I just remind you, despite it wasn't actually the most successful year, throughout the year we had a fair few losses, but we still made it to a grand final, and we need to be proud of that. Katie Dean, our captain's not here, and she would have a hell of a lot more to say. But I'm going to keep it short and sweet. But thank you so much for putting so much effort into this group. I know I love it, and the rest of the A-grade girls do love it. And I'm so excited for next year. So, want you two on board? I'll drop to B-grade, have you? Thank you again, guys.
Thanks, Leah. While we're talking netball, before I hand over to Ben, Lou Byrne, if I could just get you to come front and centre, please. We have a third life membership to present this evening. We're going to get Lou Byrne to come and talk about our life member recipient.
Okay, if I could just have your attention for a moment. I'm really delighted and for being privileged to give this life membership to a netballer. First time playing netballer, that will receive life membership in 2022. And that person is going to be Katie Dean. Which I think is a great move forward with netball, considering they do have time out and have babies, missing COVID and all that sort of thing. So I'm glad that that criteria has perhaps changed a fraction. So I'm really delighted that I'm able to listen. But the unfortunate thing is that Katie is not here. She had planned a holiday and went off to Vietnam on last Monday, and as she said, if the presentation night wasn't at the original date, she would have been here. So, but anyway, I'll do the best I can. I'm sure Katie's watching it live. Kate's journey at the Magpies commenced in 2010. After previously playing netball with the Rovers for a couple of seasons. At the time, I was so excited when Kate decided to join the Magpie clan in 2010. With such a strong family connection within the club, the league's, of course, the third best and fairest named the Leo Dean Award in honour of the Dean family. it was definitely fitting that she needed to be here. Kate played from 2010 right through and including 2013, and at the end of that season, Kate decided, she came to me and said she was going to take a break away from netball. And well, we had a little discussion. She had lost the passion and love for the game. Actually, I think I wound back at that year too, 2013, for one little bit. I just did umpiring that year. But anyway, and in 2015, Kate recommenced playing after we made contact with her again. And Kate now has been our longest serving A-grade captain from 2015 right up until including this year. So Kate's a very, very, very valued member of that A-grade team and of our club. She's also played now 193 A-grade games, 5 B-grade games, and with that Kate has been the first netballer to reach 198 club games at our club. Another accolade which goes with the team, of course, was the 2018. She was Premiership captain and again in 2019. I know these premierships were Kate's most highlighted moments, and Kate has just contributed so much, not out there where people see, but she's just one of those people that goes about everything in her own way. She has so many great attributes, and her contribution to the club has been significantly enormous over the years, actively involved in fundraising and social functions, and of course the organisation of those events. Kate's not afraid to get involved. On the court, Kate is known to be the fullback, which is the goalkeeper on the netball court, well, we all know that now, and she's the diabolical backstop, and she's damn good at it too. And with crucial rebounds and intercepts, Kate can keep her team in the game. She works tirelessly hard on maintaining her fitness and match preparation. Kate has played a pivotal role in our A-grade success and the club, and as providing her invaluable leadership. She is one of the most inspiring netballers at our club, a fantastic role model for her teammates and especially our juniors. Kate is just an outstanding and caring person. Congratulations, Kate Dean, on being our first ever playing netball to be nominated for a Life Member in 2022.
I am honoured to receive life membership at the Wangaratta Magpies Netball and Football Club. I really wish I could be there to receive this award in person, but unfortunately for me, the change of date meant that that is not possible. Netball at the age of 21. Of course, there were also absolute highs. Those history-making back-to-back flags in 2018 and 2019. What a time. But what stands out the most in all of these memories are the people. The people who have helped me become who I am today as a netballer and a person at our club. The people who have taught me, challenged me, encouraged me, distracted me, mainly through those pre-season slogs. Listened to me, usually complaining about the weather when it's raining for training. Laughed with me, reflected with me, and taken the court with me. These people make the game of netball what it is, and are such an important part of why I keep coming back. To all of these people, And there are many that I can't name, but many that are in the room tonight. Thank you. I am proud to be a Pie. Thanks everyone. Enjoy your night.
Congratulations, the brick wall, as Katie Dean is commonly known as. If you're wondering why she was smiling in that video, it wasn't because of the live membership. She just paid $1.80 for a beer and has been doing so all day. So, without further ado, Ben Reid to get the senior football underway. Welcome, Ben.
We'll get rolling straight away. First of all, well done to all the award winners so far tonight, and we're straight to the standings now. We got a little highlight reel. Yep. Little highlight reel of the.
Tall hands just reached over the top of Garish. He's going to pump the Maggies inside forward 50, flying high. Knowles down there. Joey Richards tied up against the boundary. Has Joe Richards kicked it? You're kidding me! Joe Richards has kicked one tied up against the boundary. That is a freakish finish. Goes in Blake forward for the Maggies. Yes, he does. To the hot spot. Sam Murray asked him to do a lot of work again. He just dropped that footy. He just dropped it to Sam Murray, and it's a free kick here to Joe Richards. He'll kick from 30 directly in front. Good players kick goals like this, and Joe Richards is a bloody good player. Joe Richards through for a steal line goal that a contender. This in the fourth quarter, Luke Francis at half forward. The Rovers go forward to Jamie Anderson, edges opponent high. Look at it, Richards steaming through the middle of the Norman's Oval. Ball in one hand, hand passes to Kelly. Richards has kept on running. He might get on the end of it. Inside forward 50, the Magpies go. Well marked by Ankers. He plays on, runs towards 30, hops over and puts through his four. Champagne football. And a stamp on this competition by the Wangaratta Magpies. Well, they've all been good. Over the top to Warner, shows a bit of candy, tries to get around Nolan. Here's a chance for Ankers. Could he kick five? He's dribbled along the ground. And Abraham Ankers is all class. He's hit the first 3 goals of this fourth quarter. And the margin now goes out to 80. His whistle here for free kick on the footy. He ignores it. Jackson coming for the Magpies. Puts it back on the board. A cracking start here for the Wangaratta Magpies. A Sunjan goal today.
Wasn't a courageous mark, Gus. Absolutely beautiful. As they play on through the centre of the ground, and Grossman has come from behind him and kicks it for Grossman. Reed one out. Beautiful mark on Lucas Conlon. And the man on the mark, which is Lucas Conlon, is no further than 14 metres out, and he has kicked it, Ben Reid. So they get their second, the Maggies. I tell you what, that was good footy from the Maggies.
And it seems to be their intent. Brad Freak on the 40-wing stack for his fifth disposal. And he kicks inside forward 50. Newton to the back. Newton! Penalty mark of the day from Juice Newton. Of course, he's famous for taking the 2007 AFL Mark of the Year, Luke Francis, and that Just so hard up at a 45-degree angle, but it's no problems against Newton. The Magpies have got 3 in a row, and what a hot start on the steel line scoreboard. 3-3, the Wangaratta Magpies.
Good contest on this side, and Jacob Collins taking a mark. That's one of the first times we've seen him. And down the line he goes, Gus.
Goes across to your man Robbie Horrigan. Oh, his kick was a great turnover. Fraser Ellis picks it up on the left and makes him pay. What a snap that was from Fraser Ellis and the Magpies.
Saints, they'll bring it down the line. Here was Will Quirk bringing the ball back into play. Knowles pushed an opponent off the footy, which is Chris, and he held up nicely. Knowles got it to Dave Porter, got it back on there to Harry Hewitt. Hewitt from long range goes bang for a steel line. Goal of the day, Harry Hewitt. Take a bow, young man. 4-2-26 Wangaratta. They lead Myrtleford.
Magpies player called to play on as McVeigh sends it back inside forward 50. Reed down there in a tussle with Crisp. Here's a chance for Calmore on his left, and goals. Calmore's kicked his third, and the Magpies lead now by 25 points, just like that,
Shut up, you idiots. Grossman's got the footy. He has his second bounce in these greasy conditions. Has it burned, says get that up your panda, and drives the ball long into forward 50. Reed was there, got a push from Newton. Play on, advantage wheel over the back, and Calmore runs in and kicks his third goal to bring the Magpies lead out to 20 points. Well, there you go, Panda.
You needed that one, Robbie, it's fair to say, after that. Calmore has helped you greatly.
Lucky Val Kilmer's not listening.
The Magpies going to mop up here through the middle of the ground. Chris Knowles was met hard, but he found a teammate there in Newton, dropped what he should have taken. So Pat Warner for the first goal of the game. He'll kick from 47 or so metres. Likes it off the boot. Moore does a bit of shepherding, and I think the Magpies have got the first here in the derby. Kicked at the centre wing. Jaden Bear, good content. Ball came to ground. Knocked off the footy. Good heavy work there by Mark Anderson. Helped out his mate there. North. Wang, for all that dominance, have not made them pay. McClernand's kicked to half forward from behind. Good grab taken by McVeigh. There's Blake Panderet's got with you. Robbie McKinlay, Scott Montgomery for Albury, Wodonga MG. And of course the Old Town and Country Tavern anchors with time. And he goes on to Moore, who just sticks out the 1-2 at half forward. Was indeed Luke Saunders really starting to make his way in the O&M. He pumps it long. Moore flew very high deep. It was about 5 deep. Sharrick goes in, picks it up, steadies on the left, snaps and goes it. That is a big finish there by Dan Sharrick. It was instant drop. He's going to line up. He'll kick from every bit of 45 metres. It's coming back. It doesn't have the distance. And it's Newton after on the goal line. He's going to run around here. He's tied up against the point post. He's already kicked 3. Got it. Make it 4.
A little bit of our first half of the year, which was obviously a really good start to the year for us. We're 9-0 at this stage, and we got stuck in the votes now. So the halfway mark, Hannah Gotchling, Bucky Anderson, Fraser Ellis, Abraham Ankers, Michael Newton, Daniel Sharrick, Chris Knowles, Jackson Clark, Joe Richards, Carl Moore. Oh, and we're into the votes already. So Michael Boyding on 3, Joe Richards 4, Jules 6, Dane 12, Matty Heading 12, Lee McVeigh 17, and Jacko Clark, homecoming kid 20. Round 11, bit of doggies, forwards 2, Dane 3, Joe 4, Jacko 7, Abe 8, Beta 12, Zach Leach 14, and the coach 25. Round 12 be the Roos, Fraser Ellis 3, myself 3, Gould 6, Jacko 8, Michael Newton 14, Joe Richards 16, and the boy from Alice 25. be the Hoppers. Cal 1, Fraser Dean 2, Fraser Ellis 3, Dane 4, Tyler Norton 5, Harry Smart 6, Paddy Warner 6, Marky 6. I didn't play that game, but I got 8, so that was good. Matthew Hedden 11 and Joe Richards 23.
Play on advantage, good Leach got a handball to Anchors. Anchors drives it long. Cal Moore will mark 20 metres out directly in front. Body was far too strong there for young Hodson.
Yeah, and how good a kick was it from Anchors? And tell you what, boys, it's been on because Matty Hedden has been into young Isaac McGrath, who's running with Joey Richards this whole way, and the Alby boys aren't liking it too much.
So Cal Moore to get the first on the board directly in front. Goal umpire works a little bit, and he straightens up, and Moore kicks the first goal in the first minute.
It looks like it's going to spill the way here of Matty Kelly. Bader, the bald-headed warrior, sends the Maggies inside 50 again. Duncan wins the one-on-one, and don't argue from Dane Porter. That's three, don't argues. Oh, wow, Dusty Martin, eat your heart out. That was brilliant from Dane Porter, and the kick was great to Jackson Clark, who's marked on a... Richards went off the ground. It was an interesting little toe poke. Well done by Zachy Leach, able to get through traffic. Hands it on to Warner. Dangerous position. Warner over to Newton. Sprinkles picked up the fact that they were out the back down there, Brad Freak.
Yeah, he just broke away from the play when the ball was on the wing there, Abe Anchors, and just pushed forward. I thought he might have got a little joke the goose from Newton there as he lines up.
So Mick Newton comes in, makes no mistake. The Wing Magpies answer, and Michael Newton has kicked 40 goals for the year. And I tell you what, Duncan under pressure here from Warner. Dangerous kick across goals. It might work out here for the Magpies. It's in the hands now of McVeigh. Snaps on the left, and McVeigh makes them pay. The Wang Magpies have kicked 2 in a row. Well done there by Liam McVeigh, and all of a sudden scores a level.
Round 14 be the Tigers. Callum Moore 3, Paddy Warner 5, Joe Richards 5, Jules 7, Abraham Atkins 10, Sawney 11, Squid 14, and Jamie Anderson 20. Squid's first game for that one too, wasn't it, Squid? I think. Oh, done, mate. The Saints round 15, Jamie Anderson 2, Hunter Gotchin 4, Matt Kelly 4, Joe Richards 4, Dane Porter 5, Brad Melville 6, Boards 10, Len McVeigh 16, and Abraham Ankers 24. Round 16 be the Raiders. Juice 1, Charles Norton 2, Len McVeigh 4, Mark Anderson 12, Squid 13, Abrankers 18, and Dools the perfect 25. Round 17 be Levy. Jamie Anderson 2, Callum Moore 5, Chris Knowles 7, Mark Anderson 8, Michael Boarding on 12, Dools 16, and Joe Richards 25.
Yeah, Gets clean bowled, a few of them. Van Berlo just picks it up and hacks it out of defence. It might fall fortuitously here to Jesse Smith. Play on advantage, streaming through the middle of the ground. Joey Richards for the Maggies. He spots up Juice Newton at half forward. Hands to Kelly in the middle of the ground, and he just puts it on the boat. Look at the wind take that. Kelmore out the back. He's got 2 pigeons to beat. Taps it over his head beautifully to water. Dribbles it through for a goal. Put that down to Kelmore with one of the great goal assists of the year.
As Clark kicks it from about 55, set sail, didn't quite have the legs, those cords weren't picking up. There's that man, Kelmore. Tell you what, 5's not out of the question. He's lining up for number 6 here. Here he goes, Kelmore. Going to go for the snap around the body. Called the play on now. Snaps it well and truly through the middle. Number 6 for Kelmore. Making an easy work of it in this last quarter. That's his 3rd for the quarter. And Wangaratta are really starting to kick away now.
Last round, Lee McVeigh 1, Matt Kelly 2, Jesse Smith 4, Luke Saunders 5, Chris Knowles 5, Hunter Gotching 8, Brad Marvel 10, Callum Moore 20, and Joe Richards 20. And for the numbers, so Charlie Stewart, we'll let him wash over here, keep him going. And second place, runners up, Morris medalist Colin Moore. And this is also Rick Bowles, obviously the Morris medal photo from last year. We finally got you here, mate, so it's great to have you up here. And I think it's a personalised one, mate, so if you want to sign it for yourself, go and do it. If you sign it for me, I'll take it home. Yeah. There you go, mate. Well done. And the winner of the McCormick family Best and Fairest for the 3rd time is one and only Joe Richards. Joey's obviously had a fantastic year, and I've only really known him for the last 2 years. And one thing I'll say about Joe is, from the moment I met him, he just won't shy away from doing the work. And as the guys touched on before with the Thirds boys, and Mac had touched on it as well about doing the work and going through the hard yards. And Joe's done that from day dot. And mate, I couldn't be proud of the way you've gone about it this year. You've shown the way on the track, shown it in games as well. And there's no reason why you keep getting these accolades. So congratulations, mate, and really, really well deserved. So well done, mate.
I hate speeches, but I'll try and get around to the people that I want to thank tonight, but I'll keep it really short. To the trainers, to the volunteers, coaches, Randy and his crew, Book Carmody for keeping the midfield meetings really short. I appreciate that. It is a simple game. But to everyone around the club, it's an incredible club, and I can't thank you guys enough, so thank you.
Cal ran away pretty quickly there. Didn't want to get talked about, but Cal, we've had a fantastic year, mate. The work we've put in down in Melbourne, helping out the young boys. I think you can see how much the boys love you. I stand on the weekend with Colgate getting thrown around the whole day. So, but you've brought so much to the footy club since you got here, and we've obviously re-signed for 2 years, which is great. But mate, we love having you here. The way you've gone about it on the footy field, it shows with the way your performances and all that. So well done, mate. You have a really great year as well. So great work. So we'll get started, guys. And this one here is the most courageous award. And as you guys have touched on all night, the courage comes in many, many forms. And this bloke here, and even when I was down in Melbourne, I always admired and hearing about him, the way he's played, and he's been here so long. And the battles he's faced this year, just not on the field, and we know how courageous he is, but off it, him and his family, the way he's gone about it, there's not many men that could go about it the way he has all year. So, you probably know who I'm talking about, but this bloke epitomises courage. One of my favourite players, and absolutely love him, and that's Dane Porter. And the next one here is the John Henry Culture Award, and to be honest, there's plenty of blokes here that could win this award, and that's why the group is so close, because they all get around each other, they all try and help each other and give back to the footy club all the time. But this bloke's moved back here, started teaching. He's always having the jokes with it. Sometimes I've got to tell him, mate, settle down. It's not always about the footy trips in and all that sort of stuff, but he keeps going on about it. But Mark Anderson's the winner of this award, so Marky's unbelievable, doing things around the club. He organised 2 or 3 events this year off his own bat, and the way he's done it. I mean, I think the jockey novels called the Calcutta was one of the best nights I've been a part of in my footy life, and I reckon everyone would agree. So well done, mate. Great work. And another bloke, and when you have the sort of seasons that we've had this year, and only dropping the 1 game, there's so many guys that improve. That's the reason why you go and win flags. Every player improves on the list. And there's been so many this year, and it's really hard to nail it down, but this guy stood out to me. He came across last year, he had a really good year in the reserves, but the way he's gone about it through his pre-season, through his training all year, and the way he stood up and arguably become in the top echelon of the Ovens and Murray in terms of being ruckman, and that's Chris Knowles. Knowles, he's probably one of the blokes he's actually enjoyed the last couple of days more than I thought anyone would. Actually, he's actually very, very funny, which I think a few boys probably found out over the last couple of days. So really well done, mate. Good work. And the Mac Holton Coaches Award, and as everyone sort of touched on tonight, I find it funny where they keep saying it's one of those funny awards where you don't want to win the Coaches Award, but I look at it a completely different way, and it's guys you can trust 100%. You go to a Thursday night match committee, and it's the first magnet you can put up on the board for me. But you can trust them. You know exactly what they're going to do for the team. They don't lose it. They don't lose position in the ground. And for any young guys coming up, that's what you got to look at. Win your position every single week, and that's how you get picked in the seniors every single week. And this bloke, since he's come into it last year when I first met him, the way he trains is as hard as they come. I think he's been almost unheralded the way he's gone about it this year in terms of across the competition. And for me, he's the most improved player in the competition, other than you, Nolsey. But for my Coaches Award this year is Luke Saunders. And Saunders had obviously a really, really fantastic year, and I think over the finals campaign he really put himself up there as I said before, mate, being one of the best players at the footy club, if not the league. The way you've gone about it, mate, I thought your grand final was second to none. The first half, with every single ball that went down back, you either marked it or you turned it into offence for us. And the way you went about it throughout the day, I mean, I hate naming names, the bloke you played on, Easy Bunny. So it was fantastic, mate, and congratulations, you're the best finals player of the year this year. So really well done, mate.
That was 2 hours ago we said that. Just before we hand over to Ben for the final part of the evening, we have some milestone game awards to hand. I'm going to get Hannah and Shay to come and hand out the netball ones, and Ben will stay here to do the football ones. Obviously we had Dane's 300.
You've already got yours, haven't you? So, good. So Dane's 300, obviously early in the year, obviously the first time ever we've had that as a football club. And we've got a few more to hand out here this evening. I'll do the netball ones first. First one is to Izzy Byrne for 150 games. Also for quality merch. And Izzy can take a medal that I've got to hand to you guys earlier as well. We'll just give that to her. And you can hand this to yourself. So Shay, can you hand this to Hannah Grady on her 150? And last but not least, we have Amy Byrne with her 100th. Amy's on here, senior 100 club game. So well done to Amy. We also had staying aside from the 300, we had a couple of 150 milestones for the senior side. We actually missed one of them, or both of them, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but obviously Michael Bordignon for 150. So, forwards won a flag. Obviously, he played his 150th, but the highlight of his year was being involved in the midfield WhatsApp group. So, well done, boys. And the other one, VB Dylan Bamberlo, 150. Well done, VB. Sorry, mate. Back to you, Ben, after that.
Thanks, Paul. I'll close out the night here and thank a few people who's done so much tonight. So. And throughout the year. So first of all, I just want to thank all the sponsors, in particular our majors, Cannies, Griffins, Wayne Caravans and Maxis. Thank you for all your support. Without all the sponsors, the footy club doesn't run. And you guys have been unbelievable all year, so thank you very much. Next is Alan and the board. Congratulations, Alan, on being the first female president to be part of a premiership winning football club. And can I just ask Alan to come up here on behalf of all the players for all the help you've done throughout the year. I just want to present you with some flowers that are beautiful, and thank you very much. Well, the next four guys I want to thank have probably been there for me, a bit of a sounding board throughout the year and lean on and run ideas off and bounce them off each other. But I really want to thank the footy ops guys, Troppo, Shero, Lee and Kanzi for all the help you guys have done with me this year. It's been unbelievable, and if we come up here, I've just got a few gifts for you. Please, one at a time. Go on, Troppo. A couple of bottles of red chocolate that you probably finish off tonight, so. To all the coaches that have helped me throughout the year, thank you guys. I talked about it the other night, but the reserves coaches, the thirds coaches, without each other and bouncing ideas off each other, and especially when we get to match committee and sometimes we don't agree on a lot of things, but I think that's what makes good coaching groups, is when you got to have that round table discussion and have a few arguments here or there, or some things you don't see eye to eye on, but that's what makes good footy clubs. Get everyone think the same way, it just wouldn't work, and I think that's really, really important. So thank you guys for all the support you've given me this year, and I hope you've enjoyed the ride, which I reckon we certainly have. Next, to all the players, thank you guys. I said it to a few guys before, I actually said it to Aaron on the drive down here, that I'd obviously drive the B500 2-3 times a week, and that's the Alpine Road for you, most of you who don't know, but it's been one of the most enjoyable years of footy I've ever had. Even with the wins and losses, and all the wins have been great, but to come down here and have you guys be able to train and the work you guys put in, it's been phenomenal, and I couldn't ask for a better group of guys to coach. All the reserves guys, I know it's been hard this year. We're a good side. Some guys are going, when am I going to go? When am I going to get a go? and it is hard. But the work you guys do to keep rocking up, training, I think it showed the Saturday before the grand final, we had a practice match with about 40 guys here. So that sort of thing, that sets us up for winning grand finals. And I've said it all year, it's squads that win premierships. You know, the Thurs boys touch on it as well. You guys are a massive factor, and don't feel like you guys weren't a part of it, because as I said before, we had 9-10 debutants this year. So 9-10 debutants, and you know, a couple of guys from the Thurs come up. So for a team that's gone and won a premiership with the amount of senior group we have, is a testament to, you know, the Thirds, the reserves coaches, all the coaches involved to get these guys ready to play senior footy. And when they came in, they never let us down. So well done, guys, and you know, I love you all. So proud of every single one of you, and it's been a bloody great year with all of you. So well done, guys. Not my last, but something I do want to touch on is to all the partners, wives, girlfriends, of everybody in here, to be honest. They put in a hell of an effort to sacrifice and help out, you know, your husband or your boyfriend, your girlfriend or whatever it is. The amount of work they put in, and you know, without them they'd be nothing. And you know, I certainly want to thank Erin, my wife. Thank you. You know, we've obviously got a 9-month-old at home, and when I took the job over, you were pregnant. And we're probably thinking, you know, how are we going to make this work? We're living in Bright, and the amount of support you've given me, and have a little man at home all the time, something that's, you know, it doesn't go unnoticed. You know, I love you very much, so thank you very much. Premiership teams, winning flags. It's pretty fun, isn't it? It's unbelievable, and you know, through all that sort of stuff, the pressure, the commitment, you know, the middle of winter, the slogs, all that sort of stuff, how hard it is. I think it just shows the character of the whole group and the whole club, and just the will to win. And that doesn't come easy. You know, these things they're bloody hard to win, as Paul's told me 500 times in the last 3 days. They're bloody hard to win. And it's a testament to everyone involved at the footy club. You know, I keep saying, I keep going over it, but it is everybody, and it is the best feeling in the world when you can accomplish something that you set out to do. You know, back in November we set out to do it, and we did it. So it was unbelievable. You know, last thing I want to leave you guys with, and so I suppose it is going into the future a little bit, but you know, we've been a really, really good club this year. All right, but I want us to be a bloody great club, and I think everyone here knows what that means next year. It's doing the work over the summer, it's getting ready to go again, and not being happy with where we're at. And that's netballers, that's footballers, that's everyone in this room. Winning flags are good, you know, winning one's great, but you know, the best teams back it up, and that's what I want us to do next year. So that's it from me. Thank you. Well done everyone tonight. Every person in here who's got the awards, unbelievable years. Let's really enjoy the rest of the night here. Don't get to celebrate it very often, so let's hang around, have a few beers and get around each other. So thank you. Thanks to everybody coming tonight. It's a great turnout. Well done. The last but not least, I've got to hand over to Skipper. So I'm handing it straight over to Juice.
Thanks, Ben. We're just going to be quick here. We just got a couple of gifts for a few people that we wouldn't be able to get on the park each week if it wasn't for you guys. So we start firstly with Paul Mudge. I'm not sure if he's here. Is Mudgey here? No. He fits us in every week with the chiropractor appointments. He squeezes us in when he can, and he's there every week. There's probably 15 blokes wanting to crack before the game, and he's there, and he loves it. So thank you, Mudgey. We got some wine for you. If you're here, if you're not here. So next, the trainers. The trainers, we love you. You put up with a lot of shit from us guys and girls, but you guys just are there all the time. Sometimes with a smile on your face, sometimes not. But the lolly jar is always full, and we really appreciate all the time and effort you guys put into getting everyone on the park. On game days, training nights, I know you guys help out with the bingo and all that sort of stuff around the place. So if we can get Di, Hayley, Imi, I don't think Poppy's here, Robin, Next, while Bader's sorting that out. Next, we've got Fraser McKenzie. I know that Fraser, he loves being around the place. He puts in, he's there for the thirds, he's there for the seconds, he's there for the seniors. He's there with the grippo when you need it, and sometimes when you don't need it, he'll offer it. But yeah, no, Fraser, he's a legend of a kid. Son of Joe. Some might not know him. You can't miss him. He's about 7.5 foot tall. But yeah, he's always there. He loves it, and we love you, Fraser. So thanks for all the effort you've put in this year. So. And then next is just all the assistant coaches. The time and effort you guys have put in to help us to get to where we got to this year. Yeah, we've got all sorts of names for the groups, but the match winners, John Henry, he's up in Sydney. So thanks, Henners. I won't get him up to talk because we won't get home before next Wednesday. So thank you, Henners. Wolf Carmody in the midfield group, great work. Very hard to win, Wolf. We've got Kent Braden. Have you arrived? Here he is. Thanks, Wolf. We've got David Thayer, big footer. And then Dean Stone. I don't think Stoney's here, but thanks Stoney for all the efforts, and thanks all the coaches. And from a playing group, I guess we'd be remiss not to thank the coach, as he likes to call himself. He's come in first year coach, and obviously delivered what we all came for. So on behalf of the players, thanks for all the effort, time, care you put into us as a group. Much appreciated, and yeah, hopefully next couple of years is as much success as this one. So thank you.
I think we're done. Just one more. Thank you to our kitchen staff and to Brian Cairns and Lee Simons and Mick behind the bar. Fantastic effort. And a big thank you to everyone who set up the room, and we'll pack up the room after we're long gone. So thanks everyone for your attendance tonight. I hope you had a good evening. And we'll see you all next year. Bye.